Well, as you can see, snow is starting to fall all across the Triad as we brace for this winter storm. Look at this video from Winston-Salem just a few moments ago. You can see the flakes are starting to stick to the pavement and the grass, but that's not the big story. The sleet and freezing rain are also on the way.
Winter storm warnings and a state of emergency in North Carolina. DOT crews prep the roads with brine, and Duke Energy crews are on standby for expected outages with a quarter-inch of ice or more likely to coat power lines by this afternoon.
The winter weather we'll witness this morning and throughout the day is just part of a larger system hitting the East Coast. Look at this semi-truck that flipped over in the median in Des Moines, Iowa. Thankfully, no one got hurt.
Well, all of this is headed our way. We are on top of this winter storm as it begins to show its impact in the Triad. We have live crews in Greensboro, High Point, and Winston-Salem showing you the conditions. So we'll get to them in just a moment. We do want to introduce our live team coverage here in the studio. I'm Tracy McCain here with Megan Malaris, our team of meteorologists, Ed Matthews and Christian Morgan.
And we'll check in with Marissa Tancino, keeping an eye on your pictures and videos that you are submitting to us. We appreciate your eyes and ears throughout the storm as well. Christian, let's start with you. You're tracking this changing forecast. It looks like the wind is picking up a bit, which does not bode well for the power outage situation later.
No, it really doesn't. And we'll see those winds pick up as we go throughout the morning and especially as we go into the afternoon. And I'll be honest, I don't think I've honestly talked enough about the wind because you factor that into everything else we have, and that could bring down trees a little bit easier, especially once trees get a coating of ice on them this afternoon. Taking a live look over downtown Greensboro right now. Snow is falling in Greensboro and all across the Triad as well. Check out how cold it is, 22 degrees in Greensboro. So anything falling is going to stick pretty fast. It's all snow for all of us right now, but that sleet changeover isn't too far away in the next couple hours. Zooming out on a wider view, notice how big our system is. Plenty of rain, even flooding concerns down into South Carolina and Georgia, even along the coast of North Carolina later today as well. But you start to see those pink shadings showing up, so it's already sleet along the North Carolina and South Carolina border just to our south. Temperatures are going to stay pretty much right here all day long. We may come up a couple degrees, but we're likely going to stay in the 20s all day long. So the ground is cold, the air is cold. It's going to stick fast. And notice these wind chills. 9 degrees in Greensboro right now, 11 degrees in Winston-Salem, so it is not a pleasant morning to be outside. It's one of those days where I'd likely stay inside and prop my feet up by the fire and just enjoy staying warm. As we go through the morning, notice those winds do pick up, gusting around 30 miles per hour by midday. And then into the afternoon, this is where I think we could start to see some issues. Winds could easily gust above 40 miles per hour. And once trees have some snow and sleet and freezing rain on those, it'll make it a lot easier for some of those trees to fall, of course, which would lead itself to some increased power outages across the area. So let me take you through in time and show you what happens. As we get into mid-morning, we'll see this change over to sleet, of course, in our southern counties first. Then it'll move to the north into the Triad and up along the North Carolina-Virginia border. And then we likely transition to a period of freezing rain through the evening hours through 5 and 6 o'clock. Once we get to 7, 8 o'clock, though, this really starts to shut off. It could end as a few snow showers, but that's not guaranteed. We do start to clear things out, though, as we go into your Monday, but we'll still have a mess and plenty of things to clean up as we kick off the week. So snow is really not the biggest portion of this system. I know that's hard for snow lovers to hear, but the icing potential, I think, is the biggest situation with our system today. Also, travel is going to get treacherous. It will be dangerous and getting that way pretty quickly. You noticed in Eric's live shot there how quickly the roads and how quickly the parking lots were already getting covered. That'll be the story as we go throughout the day. And then power I'm a little unsure of, but I'm increasingly confident as the winds pick up and we start to see that change over to freezing rain that we'll have some widespread power outages, especially to our south and to our east. Now coming up, we'll dive into more details on this. We'll show you the look at those forecasted snow and ice totals, and we'll take a look at that 7-day forecast because we do get some nice weather back in here early next week. All that coming up.
All right, Christian, thank you. Let's get to our team coverage here. A closer look now. What is happening in Greensboro? Getting lots of reports of snow.
Eric, you've mentioned a couple times how cold it is. These wind chills making it feel worse than it is.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, that's what I'm seeing more than anything is just the fact that the winds make it so much colder. It feels at least so much colder. I mean, I heard Christian say earlier wind chill, readings in the 12, 13 degrees, and that's true. It is starting to come down a little bit more. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see we're at the corner of Battleground and Bessemer. So Max Speed Shop there in the background. Too bad they're not open right now. I could use some barbecue. This is actually it is starting to stick on the roads. We're noticing that. One thing that, it troubles me a little bit when I see cars going by so fast, and I know it's not that bad yet, but it's getting that way. And when you start to see it coat the roads, you just got to exercise a little bit of caution here. I did see one car that looked like it might have lost a little bit of traction as it zipped by, but so far, so good, right? We're not really seeing anything major here. I've noticed that some of the businesses are open, which I wondered today if people would close ahead of time just in case. But the Sheets, which is right next to us here, is open and running, and looks like some folks are running in to get whatever supplies they can. My advice to you is to think about, from a time standpoint, whether it's the kids outside playing or you needing to go somewhere. If you have to go somewhere, I'd say do it now and then get back as soon as possible, because when Christian and Ed were talking about this changing over to sleet and freezing rain, and all my years in weather, I'm just telling you that when that sleet starts, and definitely a coating of freezing rain on top of all this and the snow underneath it, and temperatures not going above freezing for a good while, you need to be where you're going to be by probably midday, if not sooner, and then just hunker down and watch us, and we'll keep you posted.
All right, thank you, Eric. Deteriorating conditions in Greensboro. Let's see what's happening in High Point. WFMY News 2's Denise McMillan is live there now. Denise, we see the snow. Is it sticking?
Yes, the snow is sticking here in High Point. It's been coming down consistently since about 5:30 this morning. So the snow is sticking to not only the sidewalks and grassy areas, but you can see it's here on the roads now. This is North Main Street here in High Point. The good news is we aren't seeing too many vehicles on the road. We are seeing a few, and some of those cars that we're seeing, they even have a light dusting of snow on their vehicles. And we know that when we see conditions like this on the roadways, it can make for dangerous and hazardous road conditions. And we know that the city of High Point has crews out. They actually deployed a crew of about 25 just a few minutes ago to get out here and put salt on the highways and byways. So it'll be likely that we will start to see some of those trucks out here on the roadways. But again, if you don't have to get out on the roads, do not. And the city says that once we get about an inch or more of snow on the roads, they will have their crews start to plow some of the snow buildup that we're starting to see here in the city. They also say that they are going to continue to monitor these conditions. We know that when these situations happen, there's potential for power outages and other issues that can transpire. So you want to make sure that if you don't have to get out, you stay inside, and we'll continue to keep you updated on these changing conditions here in the city of High Point.
Just amazing how quickly things have changed. Let's go to Winston-Salem now, where we also know crews are prepared. They started treating the roads heading into the weekend. WFMY News 2's Sydney Moore is live with an update. Sydney.
Yeah, that's right. And those crews are still out here now. There's several of them around the city of Winston-Salem. And they were here, just like you said, on Thursday, putting out that brine and that salt out here on roadways and certain areas to make sure that these roadways are safe for folks out here. And I got to say, the snow is certainly coming down, but the wind is starting to slow down just a little bit. But the more you stand here, you start to think, I mean, did I prepare and dress appropriately? Because it is just so cold, and you have to do a little happy dance as well too. But I'm here on Research Parkway. As you can see, the snow is just sticking to this area. I mean, right here on this sidewalk. It's really amazing, because just about 10 seconds ago it didn't look like this, and now I'm looking here, it's definitely all white right here on this sidewalk. So this snow is certainly picking up, but we are going to continue to stay out here and observe this area. And if you are going to come through these areas, especially here downtown in Winston-Salem, if you do have to get here out on these roads, make sure that you drive carefully, because this snow is certainly sticking.
All right, Sydney, thank you. And we've talked a lot about the roadways, but now we want to do a quick mention about the airways. Piedmont Triad International Airport is warning you to call ahead if you have a flight that was scheduled to leave this weekend. Before you head to the airport, make sure you call them and check on the status of your flight. Now let's check in with some of those texts and pictures that you're sending in. This is from the Gibsonville Fire District, and someone texted this in saying the coffee is brewing and the firehouse is warm. Please stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary. We hope you don't need us, but we are ready if you do. And this is from our photographer, Brian Hall. You just saw their live shot there in Winston-Salem. Snow and wind really picking up there. You can see those flakes flying and the snow starting to accumulate on the ground there. And then this is from Sydney Moore, who you just saw in the city of Winston-Salem, where the snow is really picking up. Denise says snow is sticking to the sidewalks over in High Point, and this is a look at some of the sleet and snow that's gathered there. We want to show that number once again, 336-379-5775. That is the number we want you to text with your pictures, videos, your name and location, and we will share them all coming up later in the show.
Hey. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mark, can you hear me?
Hey Ed, how you doing today?
Hey, good morning. Is it getting white there in Randleman?
It is. Let me go back outside here, and we can. It's now starting to stick.
Sounds
And,
good.
Weather cactus is starting to accumulate a little bit over here.
Oh, that's great. Are we going to be able to see that on camera?
Well, let's hope so.
Awesome, awesome. Well, we're in the break, and we're the first element up out of the break.
Sounds great.
90 seconds away. Well, it's 14 minutes after 7. Our family of weather spotters do an awesome job in letting us know what's going on in their backyard across the Piedmont. We've got several coming up on the show this morning. And of course, we got to start out with my buddy Mark Case down in Randleman. Mark, you're looking mighty fine with that hat on this morning, and it looks as though it's getting a little white behind you there in Randleman.
It is. It started snowing between about 5:30 and 5:45, and started sticking about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. And of course, the weather cactus right there. It's it's predicting snow. It's got snow on it.
Is it getting white? Is it accumulating on the cactus?
It is. It's starting to accumulate on there.
Yeah, your area could get an inch or so before it changes over to that messy sleet and freezing rain. Do you believe people in your area have been getting prepared for the possibility of power outages? And how about yourself?
Oh yeah, our local stores, they stayed stocked all day long. They did a good job of keeping propane and bread and milk and all that other stuff. And I'm ready. I've got my propane tank, and I've got my Coleman stove, and we've got water in 5-gallon buckets. We're ready for it.
Hey, that sounds great. In terms of the precipitation, do you feel that the power will go out later on today? Of course, you're prepared. Do you think everybody took our warning to be prepared for the lights going out?
By the lines I saw at all 3 grocery stores in the area, I'd say yes.
Oh, so everybody's got the milk and the bread this morning.
They're ready for milk sandwiches.
That's it. There you go. Well, Mark, you stay safe there. Hopefully your power will stay on, and we'll keep in contact with you and get more reports as we go through the day. So we certainly appreciate you joining us. So you're looking mighty fine, and it looks great behind you there. Looks like a winter wonderland.
Thanks, Ed. We'll talk to you later if we need to.
Okay, take care. All right, thanks
Bye-bye.
a lot, Mark. Goodbye. And let's take a look at these frosty temperatures. You know, when Christian and I came into work at dark 30 earlier this morning, temperatures were in the upper 20s to near 30. Look where we're at now. As it started to snow, the temperature started to drop. That's only part of the equation. We've already had a 25-mile-per-hour wind gust out at PTI. That sent the feel-like temperature down to 9. And yeah, the winds are just starting to pick up. And later on today, maybe a 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gust. You add the ice accumulation, maybe a quarter to a half of an inch in some spots. And yeah, we're expecting power outages, unfortunately. The mixed precipitation is right near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. Now, for a little while longer, it's going to be all snow here in the Triad. But as the mid-levels of the atmosphere warm, we're going to start to see that mix with and eventually change over to sleet and freezing rain. Hopefully it'll stay sleet for a long time, but we got to be mindful that freezing rain with temperatures well in the 20s, not a good combination. And we think that there will be some accumulating ice, maybe upwards of a quarter to a half of an inch. You combine the wind with that. Yeah, we think there are going to be some power outages, so hopefully you are prepared for the lights to go out. Now that is our major concern. Now the snow, it will rack up several inches this morning, but once we start to get the sleet and freezing rain, it's going to pack that snow down. It's not going to be the pretty play in it kind of snow. It's going to be the crunchy snow that we're going to have to deal with. Roads are going to get slick, if not already, and that'll be the case today, tonight, and even tomorrow morning. So the winter storm continues to unfold. Snow will become more of a wintry mix through the day, and then all of this mess will end later on this evening pretty quickly. And temperatures today and tonight hold into the 20s, and we'll start Monday dry, but we'll be dealing with the snow and ice on the ground. So make sure you join the Good Morning Show. We'll let you know all about the road conditions on Monday morning.
7:20 on your Sunday morning. Let's take a look at conditions in Greensboro. The last time we checked in, they were deteriorating, and it looks a lot worse than just 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, Eric, now the parking lot behind you is coated with a light layer of snow. We're hearing from viewers seeing this all over the place right now, and it's going to get worse.
Me now, I think we had an audio issue. Should be cleared up now. We are in the parking lot at Red Cinema here, and yeah, it's gotten a lot worse. The winds are picking up, snow's coming down even harder now. You can see, and Meg's right, I mean, you can really see the parking lot now is getting that light coating over here. I saw a couple of salt trucks go by just a moment ago, and they were really dumping it out and putting it on the roads here. So that's going to make a difference, but they've been just working, consistently everywhere we've been downtown Greensboro. Now we're working our way up Battleground. We see these guys, and they're doing their jobs. I will tell you this, if the roads have deteriorated from a coating standpoint more in the last probably 20 minutes than we've seen all morning, and it is going to get worse. So I would advise you to hurry if you have to go somewhere, but honestly, staying off the roads is the safest thing. And with the winds like this, it makes driving more difficult because the snow is really blowing all over the place. Makes it difficult for you to drive. So be safe out there, everybody. Just know that the worst of this is coming really second half of the day today.
Yeah, when we drove into work or to our live locations this morning, conditions were ripe for snow, certainly cold, but it wasn't snowing, and now it is, and it's sticking. Let's check in with WFMY News 2's Itanese McMiller live in High Point this morning. You've watched conditions really start to go downhill since this morning.
Yes, and it's really wild to see how quickly conditions can change, and that is why we're out here live, so you don't have to get out in this. We want you to stay up to date on what's going on, and this is what we're seeing right now in the city of High Point. This is North Main Street, and just about 10 minutes ago, we could see the roadway. Now it's very difficult to see because there's a good coating of snow on the roads here in High Point. You see a few cars out on their morning commutes. We're hoping that many of you won't have to get out here. It is the weekend, so if you can stay home, please do so, because these conditions are only going to continue to get worse. The snow is going to continue, and as our weather team has mentioned this morning, it's not the snow that's the issue. It's that freezing rain and sleet that we're expecting to see later on, and there are crews here in the city of High Point taking this seriously. They are out right now on the highways, byways, overpasses, and bridges, putting salt, spreading salt in those areas, and then they will start to come to these other roadways when the snow starts to build up more, when they can actually get in and start to plow some of these areas. They say they need at least about an inch or more before they can start to clear some of this snow that we're seeing. But we'll continue to keep you live, keep you updated here live in High Point. For now, Itanese McMiller, live in High Point.
Yeah, crews are ready to roll in Winston-Salem as well. That's where WFMY News 2 Sydney Moore is live. Sydney, earlier you were at the city maintenance yard where the plows were ready.
Yeah, that's right. We were out there and they were getting some fuel, of course, for those salt trucks to make sure that they were here. And actually, there's one passing us right now here. My photographer is painting, so you can see, just like Eric said, they are out here doing their jobs, making sure that and helping with these roadways to make sure that they are in safe conditions once this snow starts to let up. And as you can see, we're here on Research Parkway here in Winston-Salem, and all the snow down here on this area, but we'll continue to have more live updates for you throughout the Good Morning Show.
Well, just a few minutes before 7:30 as you're waking up on a snowy and cold winter morning across the Triad. Take a look at downtown Greensboro this morning, and I just really want to drive home how quickly things have changed really over the last hour. Once that snow started to come down, it has come down fast, and it's not taking long for this to start to stick. Temperatures in the 20s right now, and the ground temperature is cold too, so that'll likely make it stick fast. Notice what's happening on radar. Snow for all of us right now, but you notice these pink shadings down to the south. And there's already a changeover to sleet down there. And as we go throughout the rest of the morning hours and into midday, we'll see that changeover happen pretty quickly. But we are far from over with this system. Notice how big it is. Snow in Tennessee, snow in Kentucky and Virginia and North Carolina, tons of rain down to our south. We still have all of this to go today. Sleet, freezing rain on the way. We'll talk about that. Plus take a look at where I think our ice totals could be and why that's concerning. Plus we got to talk about wind coming up too. All that in your full forecast in just a couple minutes.
Mic check. It's almost 7:30. Time to do the next half hour.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh yeah, you certainly do push the verts. Hello everybody, it is 7:28.
Hello there. Good morning. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hi, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hey, testing 1, 2, 3. We are continuing to condition.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. Check it.
Wait, hold on.
It's 7654321 109876.
Snow is coming down in the Triad and what will be probably the prettiest and quietest part of the day before conditions get a lot more dangerous. Look at this video from High Point where you can see just how fast it's falling. All right, we are going to start our team coverage this morning on this Sunday, January 16th. I'm Megan Malaris with Tracy McCain. We'll check in with our live crew throughout the morning. But this storm is bringing snow, sleet, freezing rain, and later strong winds, which could add to power outages.
Yeah, that mixed bag is precisely why our meteorologists are calling this a winter storm, not a snowstorm. Our team started tracking the system last week. Christian, that early warning you guys gave us was so helpful, and you guys really nailed it with the forecast.
Oh, thank you. We're far from done, I can assure you that. Of course, the snow has started right on time this morning. I can tell you that much, and it has been a pretty quiet morning up to this point. Take a look at downtown Greensboro this morning. how quickly things have changed over the last hour. Once the snow started to fall, it's sticking very fast. And just take a look at how big our system is. Snow here in the Carolinas, in Tennessee, and in Virginia, but tons of rain. There's even a tornado warning down in Florida this morning from this system. So it's not just impacting us, it's impacting the entire East Coast. Now, if we zoom in here a little closer, it's all snow for us right now, and pretty steady snow at that. But notice down to the south, you're already starting to see some of that pink showing up, and that's that change over to sleet, really southeast of Asheboro. And as you go down into eastern North Carolina, they're seeing that sleet this morning. They really don't have too much to worry about in the way of snowfall. Now take a look at temperatures, because this is significant to what's happening. 22 in Greensboro, 22 Winston-Salem, 25 in Asheboro, and 24 in Lexington. And we're going to stay parked in the 20s all day long. So why is that significant? Well, the ground is cold, the air is cold, so anything that's falling is sticking fast. You noticed in Eric's live shots and our team's live shots over the last couple hours this morning how quickly those roads are getting coated and parking lots and that sort of thing. It really does not take long at all. Now here's the plan as we go throughout the rest of the day. We're snow for about the next hour and a half or 2 hours, but then we really start to see that switch over to sleet for pretty much all of us by midday, and that'll continue through the early afternoon. And then I'm concerned that we'll see a period of freezing rain as we go into 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon, and that could last through the dinner time hour. Once we get there, things actually do start to taper off by about 8 and 9 o'clock tonight. Could end as a few snow showers. That's not guaranteed. But once we go into the overnight hours, we're all done with this system and we clear out pretty fast. Even though we'll bring the sunshine back, there will still be issues that we have to deal with tomorrow. There will be plenty of cleanup and the roads will be slick for quite some time. Also, the other big portion of our system today is the wind. It's not crazy right now, but as we go through the morning hours, that wind will pick up, gusting around 30 miles per hour, even could gust above 40 miles per hour as we go into this afternoon. And that would make it easier for trees to fall, especially once they get a coating of ice on them. So that's something we'll be watching for. And if that, of course, could lead to more widespread power outages in the Triad and especially to our points south and east of the Triad as well, where more icing is likely. That'll all come to an end. We'll still have icy roads to deal with tomorrow morning. The main roads, highways should be fine by midday and by afternoon, but your neighborhood, my neighborhood, and the side roads will likely have slick spots on them for quite some time, likely the next couple days. Coming up, we do dry things out though, but we're going to stay cold. Full look at that 7-day forecast, and we're going to quick check, another check on the radar with Ed Matthews coming up.
So expect this storm to significantly affect your plans over at least the next 24 hours. That's why you want to keep the WFMY News 2 app handy to track snow, sleet, high winds in the Triad. As long as your phone is charged, you'll be able to get the information you need.
Well, you can count on our weather team, the free News 2 app, and our teams reporting live across the Triad for the most up-to-date information. Our crews are on snow patrol before it changes to sleet and freezing rain.
So let's start with meteorologist Eric Chilton live in Greensboro. Eric, if this stayed as snow, it would be best case scenario, but we know that's not going to be the case with this system.
Yeah, that would be perfect if that would happen. Unfortunately, yeah, that's not going to be the case. I can tell you right now, these roads are getting covered. You're looking at Battleground Avenue here at Bessemer, and yeah, we're seeing the roads definitely getting covered. I would say, based on how fast it's been falling, and that is actually picking up that rate of precipitation, that in another 30 minutes or so, you probably won't see much on the way of roadways there as far as the asphalt goes, because it really is coming down pretty fast. Parking lots are already completely covered. The only thing stopping these roads from being completely covered is the fact that they have put some salt down, and the traffic themselves is stirring it up a little bit, but we'll lose that battle eventually, and these roads will be pretty rough. I will tell you that, if we're already seeing the roads covered at this hour, and we have hours ahead of us with this storm, right? This is not like, oh, it'll snow for the first half of the day and then we're done. This is a snow first half of the day, changing to sleet and freezing rain and going well into the evening and into the night. Again, we say it before, but you can't say this too much. Get where you need to be and stay there for today.
Right, because if it's bad now, it's only getting worse. Let's check in with WFMY News 2's Itanese McMiller live in High Point this morning, and conditions where you are, Itanese, are just as bad right now.
Yes, it is beautiful to see, but also a little bit concerning, because if you take a look to my right here, where we're on North Main Street in High Point, you can't even see the road. There's snow covering it. We are starting to see more vehicles get out on the roadways. You see one right here. And so we want to make sure that folks are being safe and cautious if they have to head out on the roads. And so far, we have not seen any City of a High Point salt trucks or even like snow plows plows out on the roadways right now. We do know that they are out on those bridges and overpasses, salting those areas, but they haven't made it to these roadways yet. So if you don't have to get out, please don't. And the city is going to make sure that they are staying up to date and plowing these roadways here in the city. And they say that once we get about an inch or more of snow, they will get out here and start to plow some of those areas. So we'll be out here keeping track of the road conditions throughout the morning.
All right, Cindy, thank you. And now we want to take a look at other parts of the Triad. This has come in from our Eric Chilton, who was in Greensboro. He spotted a salt truck, so they are out, they are working, and please give them space if you do see them. Now, I do want to show you this. I just took this video out in the weather garden. You can see snow really starting to come down here in Greensboro, starting to stick to the cars, but also to our driveway there. And once I pan out further toward the road, you can see it sticking, just a white sheet of snow out there. This was sent in from Christy Ruff, and she says it was from her husband, Lieutenant Sean Ruff, who's working with the Davie County Sheriff's Office. We want to thank you, sir, for your service and for being out in these conditions right now. This picture is of I-40 in Davie County. You can see there how that snow is sticking to the road. So really a testament to not be out if you don't have to be. This was sent in from Chris and Irma Vanover from Archdale, North Carolina. And we want to show you that number one more time. It's 336-379-5775. Keep sending in those pictures. Share them with your name and where you live, and we'll share them throughout the show.
All right, let's focus in on Forsyth County, where we are seeing a lot of snow on the ground. WFMY News 2's Sydney Moore is there. Sydney, what can you tell us about conditions and how they've changed over the last few hours?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, it's about the same as Eric and Itanese reporting over in Greensboro and High Point. I mean, this snow, as you can see, we're going to pan. It is definitely sticking here to the roadways, even more than the grass. I mean, if you kind of look over, the grass barely even has snow on it. And as you can see, the roadways here have a lot of snow here. And we're right here on Research Parkway, and it has been pretty busy, I would say, a little busy. There have been some cars coming down here. They've been going at an appropriate speedway. Certainly, if you are out in these roads, you know, you definitely want to drive with caution. But of course, officials say that it's best if you don't have anywhere to go today, it's best to avoid these roadways because of these conditions that are here now. But, you know, we're going to continue to stay here and observe this area and provide you with live updates throughout the show.
Well, these conditions are affecting more than just road travel, of course. We're getting airport alerts about changing flights as runways also get covered in snow.
That's right. If you do have a flight out of PTI Airport in Greensboro today or even tomorrow, expect delays, even cancellations. PTI Airport is open, but airlines, as you can see here, already canceling flights. So far this morning, about 23 flights into Greensboro, nearly 30 leaving PTI have been canceled. Airport officials say make sure you check your flight status before you leave from your house today. There are also dozens of cancellations at both Raleigh and Charlotte airports this morning as well. We'll be right back.
Good morning. The time is 7:42. A frosty morning with a beautiful snowfall across our part of the Piedmont. Unfortunately, it's not going to remain snow. It's going to become that wintry mixed mess as we go through late morning and on through the afternoon. Some sleet and some freezing rain on the way to the Piedmont. And the reason for that, the mid-levels of the atmosphere are going to be warming up a bit. So this beautiful snow that we're seeing right now is going to change over to that winter mix. And we do expect ice accumulations as we head through the afternoon. This morning, the wind, the highest wind gust I've seen, 26 miles per hour. But I tell you what, look at the temperatures, low in mid-20s. But the lowest wind chill so far this morning being reported out at PTI, it feels like 8 above zero when the wind kicks up. And the winds are only going to get stronger, so wind chills throughout the day will be in the single digits and teens. This is a rather large system. Low pressure getting organized to our south will be moving right through the Carolinas later on this afternoon and then pass north of our area for tonight. At the moment, it is snow, but as the mid-levels of the atmosphere warm from south to north, we're going to see that mix with and eventually change over to some sleet and freezing rain. And unfortunately, there could be an extended period of freezing rain as we head through the afternoon. And again, expecting an accumulation of maybe upwards to a quarter to a half of an inch of ice. You combine that with possible wind gusts of 35 to 40 miles per hour. We do anticipate power outages as we go through the afternoon. Now, several inches of snow this morning before the changeover, and then we've got to be concerned with the accumulation of ice. Travel should be postponed today and tonight, and check with us tomorrow morning. We'll let you know how the roads are going to be. I think they're going to be a mess tomorrow morning. And of course, we have to be concerned about the possibility of power outages. Hopefully, you have already made plans. We've been telling you about this all week long to get prepared for the possibility of some power outages. But as we look at our computer model, notice how the pink peach color kind of spreads to the north, and that's the changeover to the winter mix and the freezing rain that we expect on through the afternoon. The good news, most of this will move north of our area pretty quickly as we go through the evening hours, and we've got drier days ahead in the Piedmont beginning tomorrow and for the next several days to come. But today, this morning, we're dealing with the snow. It's absolutely beautiful. It'll mix with that nasty sleet and freezing rain as we go through late morning, midday, and on through the afternoon. All precipitation will taper off this evening. You can see temperatures not going anywhere. We stay in the 20s today. Tonight, we'll be in the 20s as we start the work week on Monday.
All right, we want to get another look at social media and what is coming into our text line. This is from Jeff Brooks with Duke Energy. He says snow is accumulating along Gate City Boulevard in Greensboro. He says outage is still light in the Triad at 7:30, but they have many hours of winter weather ahead, so they will continue to keep an eye on that. This is from Walter Wyatt in Yadkinville, North Carolina. You can see the snow starting to accumulate there. This is from Ramsar NC. You can see that the snow is sticking to the roads. Looks like somebody tried to drive down that driveway or that side street there, so be mindful of that. Peck Elementary School in Glenwood area of Greensboro. This is from Steve C. Again, that snow is starting to stick, so be mindful. Stay inside if you can. If you absolutely have to go out, definitely take it slow. Let's bring up that number one more time for you, 336-379-5775. Include your name, location, and we will share them throughout the show. We'll be right back.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Hey,
That's probably what it is. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3.
About 10 minutes before 8 o'clock on this Sunday morning. Thanks for sticking with us on the Good Morning Show. Have live coverage for you all morning long of our winter storm. And take a look at downtown Greensboro, a snowy Greensboro. And I really just want to drive home the point about how quickly this has changed over the last hour and a half to 2 hours. Once that snow started to come down and came down fast, it did not take long for this to start to stick, and the roads are already bad now too, which you'll see coming up in our cruise live shots in just a couple moments. It's all snow for us right now, but this will start to quickly change over to sleet over the next couple hours. And even zooming down to our southeast, I want to show you something cool. This is our debris detection monitor that we use during severe weather, and a lot of times it can tell us where a tornado could be lofting debris. It also shows us where the different types of precipitation are. So this is your sleet line, just kind of southeast of Asheboro. Even a few reports of some light sleet pellets already starting to mix in Asheboro and then south of Asheboro. So this is going to be the story over the next few hours. We see that changeover from pure snow becoming sleet and then some freezing rain this afternoon. But we still have a ways to go. Notice how big this system is. Snow out in Tennessee and Kentucky and Virginia, but tons of rain down to our south. Even a couple tornado warnings and severe weather, severe storms down in Florida this morning as well. So let me take you through in time here. Let me show you how Futurecast plays this out. By midday, we all see that change over to sleet, but still notice where these temperatures are. We don't come up above the 20s all day long, and then we'll be back in the low 20s tonight. Transitioning over to a period of freezing rain by the evening hours, and then by about 8 or 9 o'clock, this all starts to taper off and come to an end. We clear out pretty quickly going into Monday, but we'll still be left with road issues to deal with tomorrow morning. Winds haven't been crazy so far, some 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts in the Triad, but we'll see these pick up as we go throughout the morning, gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour midday, and then by the afternoon, we could see some 40 mile per hour plus gusts of wind, and you factor that in with some icing on the trees that could bring down more trees, cause numerous power outages. So that's something we'll be keeping an eye on. Snow is not the big concern today. It's really the ice and the travel conditions and also the power issues that we'll likely have this evening and on into tomorrow. And that could last for a couple days as well, just depending on where you are. Notice we never really get warm for quite some time. So even though your major roads and highways will clear up by tomorrow afternoon, the side roads and the neighborhoods will still be slick. Notice morning lows in the low and mid 20s. We have afternoon highs in the low 40s. And yes, we'll have another system we have to track Thursday and Friday and into next weekend. We'll take them one at a time, but we are staying cold for a while.
Let's get a check in on our live crews, and we'll start in Guilford County.
Meteorologist Eric Chilton is in Greensboro with conditions happening right around Battleground Avenue. And Eric, we've seen a lot in the last few hours, but more recently, it's all about snow and it's sticking.
It is. It's sticking all over the roadways. I just saw a pickup truck went by just a moment ago and slid a little bit. So you really have to be careful, and if you're going to be out, just back it down a little bit from a speed standpoint. The roads are covered. I mean, that's just the bottom line now. We're past that point of, the salt trucks are doing the best they can, but you just need to back it down a little bit, slow it up if you have to head out anywhere. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I can tell you that at least from where we are, and this is Battleground in Bessemer, we've noticed that, or I've noticed that the snow has been, it's just continually getting stronger and stronger. Winds, 20, 25 mile an hour wind gusts out here, and obviously we're going to stay, if you've looked at that forecast, we'll stay in the 20s, or it's safe to say below freezing for at least another 24 hours or so. So this isn't going anywhere, that's for sure. Let's check in now with Denise McMiller just to see what's happening across the Triad and other locations.
Well, not only is the snow sticking to my hair, it's sticking to the sidewalks, parking lots, and even the roadways. This is North Main Street here in the city of High Point. You can see this road has not been plowed. There is snow building up on this road, and there's vehicles here on the roadways as well. Not that many, which is a good thing. So if you don't have to get out on these roads, try not to. We do know that the city of High Point is out here. They are on those overpasses and those bridges spreading salt right now. And once we get about a couple of inches of snow on these primary roads, they will head here and start to push some of the snow out of the way and salt the roadways as well. So we do know that they are out here working, and we'll continue to keep you updated on when we'll see these crews out here on the roadways and the changing conditions. But of course, if you have to get out on the roads, take your time. And we have seen people driving very slowly and cautiously out on the roadways, but we'll continue to keep you updated. So we're going to head over to Winston-Salem, where we have Sydney Moore tracking conditions there.
Yeah, Denise, thank you. Certainly here in Winston-Salem, I'm here on Research Parkway under this bridge, and as you can see, the snow is certainly sticking here to these roadways. And interesting enough that there's more snow here on the roads than it is even on the grass. Now, we've been seeing some cars come up and down this roadway, driving pretty cautiously, as well as what Denise was saying. And also we've been seeing those plow trucks too, and those trucks have been preparing since Thursday here with crews, and they've been out here all morning long working here on the roadways as well too. And crews definitely are reminding folks to make sure that if you have to be out here, to definitely drive carefully, drive slow, but they do advise you not to be on the roads if you are able to not be. We're headed to the brink.
One, two, three. Oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Hello, mic check. 1 2 1 2 3.
10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1.
Well, snow is coming down fast in Greensboro, already sticking to the ground, making travel treacherous and even grounding planes. Airlines have canceled several flights at Piedmont Triad International Airport this morning as we start seeing and feeling the impacts of this winter storm.
This is a live look at our Greensboro sky camera now. Wow, this has changed so much in the last couple of hours. You can see snow sticking to surfaces, sticking to rooftops, and only getting worse as we watch the potential for power outages to increase.
Well, many of you are home, and we thank you for staying home and kind of keeping us updated on what's going on in your neighborhood. Sharing your pictures and your videos, please keep texting them to 336-379-5775. See a little man in the red coat already trying to eat the snow.
Very excited. Yes, well, we have our crews all across the Triad monitoring conditions as they change very quickly and then staying on top of the power outage potential too. So first, let's get an update on our forecast.
Meteorologists Ed Matthews and Christian Morgan are watching the radar and the deteriorating conditions closely. Ed, give us the latest.
Well, the latest is the snow continues to accumulate throughout the Piedmont Triad, and of course right here in the weather garden as well. I would estimate maybe a little over a half of an inch of snow here in the weather garden now, but let the kids play early because it's going to become icy and crunchy as we head on through the day, as this beautiful snow this morning is going to change over to sleet and freezing rain through the day. Been keeping an eye on the wind. So far, wind gust highest I've seen about 25-26 miles per hour. Winds later today as our storm intensifies may gust up 35, maybe as high as 40 miles per hour. The lowest wind chill so far, 8 above zero, what it feels like when the wind really kicks up. And temperatures are in the low and mid 20s, and whatever form of precipitation falls through the day, it is going to freeze when it reaches the ground, because we expect these temperatures to stay in the 20s all day. Winter precipitation goes all the way down to Columbia, South Carolina. South of that, some heavy downpours and even some severe weather in northern Florida this morning. But for us, it is snow at the moment, but the leading edge of that changeover to a wintry mix is going to be advancing to the north as we go through the morning and on through the afternoon. Snow, a few inches of snow this morning, but the bigger concern is going to be the icing potential as we head through the day. Maybe upwards of a quarter to a half of an inch of ice. You combine that with near 40 mile per hour wind gusts. We do anticipate power outages to unfold as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. We'll keep you posted on that. We're going to watch this minute by minute, hour by hour until it's over with later on tonight. Holding in the 20s today as the wintry mix takes over as we go through the day. The winter mix will taper off later this evening. We'll stay in the 20s today, tonight, and tomorrow morning. And oh yeah, there'll be plenty of icing around on Monday morning as well. We'll be here on the Good Morning Show to keep you updated on that.
We've been watching WFMY News 2's Eric Chilton's camera shot as this snow really has started to accumulate on the roads.
It is so cold out there, Eric. I know your answer is probably going to be, I feel miserable, but let us know how it is out there right now.
I keep switching hands holding the microphone because my gloves are too cumbersome. But yeah, it's cold, and wind chill readings that's really the problem if you have to be out right now. Roads are one thing, right? And we know they're bad. I mean, we were watching these cars go by. They've been doing a pretty good job. People slowing it down a little bit. You know, that car right there, that is not fast for Battleground Avenue. So they're behaving themselves. And if you do have to be out, you've got to do that. I mean, it is sticking very quickly. Obviously, as it falls and it's just cold on the ground, it's going to stick even quicker as this goes on. We have noticed lots of salt trucks go by. I posted that on social media just a little while ago. I think I've seen 4 or 5 just in the last probably 45 minutes going by here on Battleground. And, you know, they hit the busier roads first. So, of course, Wendover and Battleground, at least here in Greensboro, that's probably their concentration. And eventually they get out to the others. But they're doing their job, and it is working. I mean, they were putting out so much. I noticed when I saw the salt trucks, and you see those every winter, it seems like, when we see this. But the amount of salt that was coming out of the back of that thing just seemed like more than they would normally do. And maybe that is the case because of what we were expecting in the second half of the day. Again, that changeover by midday, so all the snow will just be packed down, compacted by the weight of the sleet, and then you add to that a little glaze of freezing rain over it. Is just going to be a travel nightmare for us, not only this afternoon, but overnight and into Monday as well. Lots of folks probably thankful that Monday is a holiday.
Yeah, think about that. If tomorrow were a school day or a normal work day, it could be quite treacherous for people getting out to work or school. All right, let's go to Itanese McMiller, who is in High Point this morning. Road conditions, it doesn't look like that road behind you has been plowed at all.
No, it doesn't even look like a road at all, Itanese.
Yes, that's what we've been seeing here in the city of High Point, because we have not gotten a break from the snowfall all morning, and the snowflakes that are now coming down, you can see them hitting my glove. They're getting bigger, and so that is what's causing us to see this nice coating of snow here on North Main Street here in High Point. This is a road that is commonly used, a heavily traveled road, but crews have not made it to this street just yet. But we do know that they are out here working. We do know that they, at about 7 a.m., they got out onto the bridges and overpasses and were salting those areas. Then they'll head to these roads and start to plow them. We're definitely going to keep an eye out on when we see some of those salt trucks and snow plows heading to North Main Street here in the city of High Point. But we do know that they have 30 salt trucks and snow plows, so they are prepared. They've got their crews out here ready to go, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. We are seeing some people out on the roadways this morning. We do encourage folks to stay home if they can, but if you do have to get out, make sure you're driving slowly and being cautious, because we're not expecting this snow to let up anytime soon. For now, we're live here in the city of High Point.
All right, and we are seeing similar situations in Winston-Salem where we know crews are prepared, but this snow has not let up.
Yeah, it's pretty ruthless right now. And then the switch is going to happen later this morning to freezing rain and then maybe ice. So let's talk to Sydney Moore in Winston-Salem. Sydney, tell us what you're seeing in that neck of the woods.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys definitely nailed it. Very, very, very cold. You kind of have to do a happy dance to stay warm, and even talking is a little difficult trying to stay warm out here. But certainly I'm here on Research Parkway at Winston-Salem, and as you can see here behind me, this snow is definitely sticking here to the roadways. And earlier I said that the grass kind of wasn't catching up with the roadways, but now you can kind of see that the grass is starting to get a little bit more snow here. Now this area has been a little bit busy. We've been seeing some cars going back and forth here. We've also been seeing some plow trucks out here as well too, and they have been preparing since Thursday out with salt and brine on overpasses and roadways. And just a few minutes ago, while Itanese was speaking, we also saw some people out here enjoying the snow and getting some walking in. So definitely some sightseeing that's going on here as well too here in Winston-Salem, but it's definitely freezing cold. You can see the snow kind of hitting my face, sticking here to my scarf here, but we're going to continue to stay out here all morning to serve you all who are watching at home.
Great attitude Sydney has, and all of our crews are doing such a great job. Thank you guys so much for keeping us informed and keeping all of us safe. So let's go ahead and talk about power outages. Of course, the snow is falling right now. It's not an issue in terms of power right now, but when it changes over to freezing rain and sleet, that could change.
Yeah, I just a few moments ago checked with Duke Energy, High Point Electric, Randolph Electric, nothing widespread yet, but we know they are ready to respond to potentially a widespread situation. So get at your phone if you can, take a picture of this. If your power goes out, text the word out to 57801 if you are a Duke Energy customer. You can also call Duke Energy at 1-800-POWER-ON.
Reporting an outage helps the company and you and your neighbors. Once you report it, you'll get updated information on when your power will be restored. Yeah, we're having some audio issues, Marissa, sorry, but she was just showing us some pictures that you submitted from neighborhoods across the Triad of you already getting out, enjoying the snow. Started snowing just after 6 a.m. in some places, and as you can see, already about an inch in some places. So can't wait to see more of those pictures that you submit.
We're also hearing some comments on our Facebook pages as well. We heard from a viewer earlier in Lexington who said there is considerable amount of snow there already, and then heard from a viewer in Asheboro who said where he lives it has already transitioned to sleet. And that is obviously the big concern as the snow gets coated with ice, and that leads to road problems and power outages.
And we'll see that widespread around 9 this morning. So we will keep you updated throughout the Good Morning Show. Right now we're going to take a break, but we'll be right back. Or on my microphone that isn't staying closed, so I think I need more tape.
Sure can. 1, 2, 3 from inside the car. If you hear a hiss, that's the air conditioning or the heat.
Just about 15 minutes after 8 o'clock as you're waking up on this Sunday morning to a very wintry Triad and a snowy Greensboro this morning too. Take a look downtown, and boy, things have really changed fast over the last couple hours. I really want to drive that point home because the snow has been falling pretty heavily and pretty steady, but it's cold. 20s out the door, and ground is cold too, so everything that's falling is sticking pretty fast. Temperatures in the low 20s. Now, take a live look at radar. It's all snow across the Triad right now, but you see those pink shadings starting to show up down to the south, and that's where we're seeing that changeover to sleet already. But in about the next hour or so, it'll continue to be all snow for us here in the Triad. Let me show you something cool to look at. This is our correlation coefficient, or our debris detection tool that we use during tornadoes. A lot of times we can see where it's lofting debris into the air, but it also shows us in winter weather where we see a difference in precipitation. So north of Asheboro, it's still snow, but notice you start to see these yellows and oranges showing up. That's where we're seeing that changeover to sleet. So that's that sleet line south and east of Asheboro. It's all sleet already this morning, and we'll see that changeover by midday. 21 in Greensboro now, 22 in Winston-Salem, 24 Asheboro, 23 in Lexington, and we are not going to really move from this a whole lot for today. So we will stick it out in the 20s. Again, that's why everything that is falling is sticking fast. And I think we're so far right on the money as far as snow totals go. Most folks are reporting around an inch or two in most of the Triad, a little less to the south and east. Of course, this is going to be a big snow producer for our folks to the north and west. For us, the bigger concern is going to be with the sleet and with the freezing rain. And I think all of us in the Triad, and especially further down to the south and east, have a better chance at seeing some significant icing, which of course could cause problems in the way of downed trees and in the way of power lines as well. Winds this morning so far haven't been crazy, gusting around 20 to 30 miles per hour, but I do expect those to pick up as we go throughout the day, and by the afternoon could easily gust over 40 miles per hour. So you factor that in to a tree already coated in ice, it's a whole lot easier for that tree to come down and of course cause power outages. Now, as you've been seeing in our live shots all morning long from our crews, the roads are already bad, and they'll be bad through tomorrow morning. By tomorrow afternoon, the highways and major roads should be clear, but my neighborhood and your neighborhood, the side roads will still be slick tomorrow, if not for the next couple mornings. Because notice in the 7-day forecast, even though we bring the sunshine back, it's still cold. 20s for the next few mornings with afternoon highs in the upper 30s and low 40s, but that sun should help to dry things up. Bottom line, just take it easy, stay at home today, and take it easy if you have to venture out tomorrow morning.
All right, so we're tracking that changeover, but it looks like in Greensboro, at least where WFMY News 2's Eric Chilton is, that hasn't happened yet. Still falling as snow.
Snow right now. We know the changeover will happen soon. Eric, talk about the conditions where you are on Battleground Avenue, which is one of normally a busy area this time of day, but no one's on the roads.
You know, it's funny. I've seen a handful of cars. They'll go by once in a while, and I'm actually kind of surprised. But I will say, when they go down past the intersection here at Bessemer, so just to get your bearings, this is where Max Speed Shop is, and just as they're rounding that corner, I've seen several cars slide a little bit. Nothing major, but still, that just lets you know that even though this has just started, right, we're a few hours in, it's already bad. And you add to that sleet and the possibility, what really worries me is the ice situation. A lot of the models showing anywhere from 0.2 of an inch of ice and even up to like 0.4 or more. We hope we can stick with that 0.2 or less. That's kind of the cutoff where Duke Energy says once you get to a 1/4 inch of ice, that's when we see power outages. We are expecting that. That is going to happen later in the day. So stay safe and just be where you are. You know what? We'll be your eyes and ears. We're all over the Triad, keeping an eye on the roads for you and watching the radar. And Ed and Christian holding down the fort back at the station. Stay tuned to WFMY News 2. We'll keep you covered throughout the winter storm. We'll be right back.
Hey, literally this computer just restarted itself. So bear with me a minute. it's coming back up. I don't know what that was about. Okay, that's cool.
And good Sunday morning, Piedmont Triad. On a wintry morning here in the Piedmont Triad, snow continues to fall here in the weather garden. Enjoy it while it lasts, because it won't be long before it becomes a kind of a mixed wintry mess. We expect it to change over to some sleet and eventually over to some freezing rain as we head through the day. We're already getting reports in Randolph County that they're getting some sleet in that area as the mid-levels of the atmosphere are trying to warm a bit, and that's the reason we think we're going to get that wintry mix as we head through the day. Highest wind gust about 26 miles per hour this morning. Lowest wind chill, or what it feels like just moments ago, it feels like 7 above zero when that wind kicks up. Wind's not that strong this morning, but the current temperature is 21 out at PTI. Now those winds may gust up near 35-40 miles per hour, and with the expected accumulating ice of maybe 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch of ice on trees and power lines, we do expect some power outages. Winter weather goes all the way down to Columbia, South Carolina. South of that, we're getting some heavy downpours. But again, in some of our southern counties, we're starting to see the changeover, and that will advance onto the north as we go through the morning and through the afternoon. The last place to change over will be near the Virginia border and out over the foothills. Of course, those areas will get more snow. Here locally, we're looking at several inches of snow. Not a big deal. It's going to be packed down with the freezing rain. We'll be concerned about accumulating ice. I wouldn't recommend any travel today or tonight, and check with us tomorrow morning on road conditions. I think they're going to be icy, and of course we'll keep you posted on power outages that we do expect as we head through the day. So the snow right now from south to north is going to change over to the winter mix, but we're going to stay well below freezing all day long. We'll stay in the 20s tonight. Most of the precipitation really starts to wind down during the evening.
All right, so now is probably the time to have fun with the snow before things get worse later today. Have you ever heard about snow cream?
Of course, it's like a southern delicacy, right? It's the perfect time to collect the snow for all of that snow cream you're gonna make. Just as the snow is falling, really, that's your primo snow. So just stick a bowl outside, collect it in there so you don't have any dirt.
I don't want any of that. All right, so the ingredients list is pretty simple. Snow, milk, sugar, vanilla. A professional tip, keep the bowl and the whisk in the fridge. That way when you mix it up, it doesn't melt as quickly.
You can add sprinkles, marshmallows, maple syrup. I love adding cinnamon, so that can give you a little flair. Thank you, Megan. We have the recipe for you in the Two Wants to Know section of WFMYnews2.com.
And in those pictures we are getting in, definitely looks like there is enough out there to make your own snow cream. This was sent in from Mark Rainey in Greensboro. You can see all the snow in the walkway there, and then even starting to accumulate on that car cover. And it's a bird feeder party down in High Point, North Carolina, from Lad. He sent this in. You can see the birds hanging out there, enjoying some of the weather, maybe some food, and of course the dogs as well. They love the snow. This is Bruiser from Cheryl down in Snow Camp. This, not a great day to go for a swim, so not surprised to see nobody in the pool out there, but you can see that snow is accumulating around it, and this is John's driveway. He sent this in from his driveway camera in Trinity, and a good look at those flakes there. I tweeted this out. Be sure to keep either tweeting or texting your pictures to us. We'll show you again the phone number there on your screen, 336-379-5775. There it is. Make sure you include your name and where you live, and we'll keep sharing them throughout the show.
Yes. Okay. Hey there, Dwayne.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good, and you?
I'm doing well. What's it look like up your way?
It's white.
Good. That's what we like to hear.
It's real icy though. It's not
Is it?
sleet. But it's just a real icy snow.
Real crystally. Okay. Well,
Yep.
as long as you're not getting sleet yet, that's good. Good. How much do you think you have?
Probably a half inch.
Okay. That's probably about what we've got in Greensboro so far. Of course, it's
That
been snow-
wind's
it's
really
been-
picking up.
Yeah, that wind's serious up there. Well, good. Everybody,
Cold.
everybody in your crew good this morning?
Well, two of us are up.
All
The
right.
teenager's not up out of the bed.
Okie dokie. All right, stand by. We'll be with you in just a second.
Okay.
Well, the snow is falling across the Triad as you're waking up this morning, and one thing we love is to hear from you. We love to see your pictures and love to see your videos, and one thing we like to use our eyes on the ground, our Weather Spotter Network. So let's take a trip up to the north into Stokes County and check in with our fellow weather spotter, Dwayne Young. Good morning, Dwayne. What's it look like up your way this morning?
Probably just like it does in Greensboro, white and cold.
White and cold. How many inches do you think you have on the ground so far? Or maybe not even an inch yet?
No, probably about a half an inch.
Okay, yeah, of course it's starting later up your way as this moves from the south up to the north. But you were telling me something just a couple minutes ago, and it's pretty interesting. You know, last week when we had our snow that followed all that rain, it was really fluffy, really big flakes. And you've told me this morning that the snow is kind of icy. It's very crystally up your way.
Yeah, you can almost hear it. I've looked at it. It's not sleet. I mean, it's snow or drupal, but it's just a very icy snow this morning, not very flat.
Yeah, and I noticed temperatures up, we're in the 20s this morning, but up your way you're probably a little bit colder. And of course, sometimes it can actually be too cold for the snow to be really nice and fluffy. So I think that's probably what's happening up your way. What about your neighborhood? How are the roads looking up your way this morning?
Well, in the background, that's the primary road for us, and it's solid white, and I'm sure the rest of them are the same.
Yeah, so we expect that changeover to sleet to start happening here over the next hour or so, and then probably the next 2 hours, or maybe some change up your way. But keep us updated, keep sending us those pictures and those videos, and you'll likely end up with a whole lot better snow day than we will here down in Greensboro.
I hope so.
All right, thanks for your report. Appreciate you always, as Dwayne. We'd love to see your pictures and videos. You can send those to us. You can text those to us at 336-379-5775. Marissa will show those all morning long. We'll have you covered here on the Good Morning Show. More coming up after this.
Hey, we are starting to see some snow plows start to
my truck.
10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1.
You sound great.
Check 1 2. Checking. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Hello. Word.
Winter Storm 2022, snow coming down, plows already out and about as travel is difficult. This is a live look at High Point where conditions have really gone downhill very quickly. If you do have to go out this morning, heed the warnings. Take it very slowly and very carefully.
As we just saw in that live shot, snowplows are hitting major roadways, hoping to clear as much snow before the freezing rain starts. That changeover is expected to happen in the next hour or so.
And this is a live look at our Greensboro sky camera. Getting progressively worse as the morning has gone on. You can see the snow still falling, coating roofs, coating roads, and only getting worse as power outages take the focus later today.
Yeah, we do have crews across the Triad monitoring conditions and power outages, which we haven't seen just yet. We will, of course, check in with them in just a little bit. That changeover we're talking about in precipitation will go from snow to freezing rain pretty quickly.
Yeah, and even now, meteorologist Ed Matthews and Christian Morgan, we're hearing from our local EMS departments all across the Triad. They're seeing several weather-related wrecks already.
Yeah. Go ahead, Christian.
Now, I was going to say, you know, we've really seen this transition and really change fast over the last hour and a half or two. You know, once that snow's really started to fall and started to fall heavy, everything that's falling is sticking. You know, that wasn't the case a couple weeks ago, but the ground is so cold now. We've had a lot of cold weather. Temperatures are in the 20s. Everything that's falling is going to stick. Snow, then sleet later on, and then freezing rain too.
All right, Ed, so where do we go from here?
Well, we're still getting snow, but I tell you what, gang, it's not going to be much longer before we start to see a changeover and a mix with to sleet and eventually freezing rain. They launched a weather balloon out at PTI at 7 o'clock this morning, and I've been checking out that data. And between about 5,000 and 8,000 feet above the ground, already seeing signs of what we call a warm nose, kind of warming in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. Now, that'll change it over to kind of a mixed bag of wintry precipitation. The unfortunate thing is that we're going to stay well below freezing, likely in the 20s all day. So anything that falls, any form of precipitation is going to freeze when it reaches the ground. And we're really concerned about the possibility of accumulating ice and freezing rain as we head through the afternoon as that warm nose really kicks in. Wind chills, the lowest I've seen around 7 or 8 this morning when the winds kick up. Later today, winds may gust near 40 miles per hour. That combined with the icing would bring some trees and power lines down. The wintry mix goes all the way down to Columbia, South Carolina. Right now it is snow for us, but note with that warm nose developing aloft, we're starting to see the change over to more of a sleet pattern to our south, and that will advance to the north. It'll sleet for a while, and then I think we're going to see some freezing rain as we go through midday and on through the afternoon. We could rack up maybe upwards of 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch of ice. That would be enough to bring down some trees and power lines, combining that with the wind. We will keep you updated as we always do. Today, holding in the 20s, the snow will change over to kind of a mixed bag as we go through the day. It's already doing that to our south of the Triad. And then tonight, the wintry mix will taper off this evening, but we hold in the 20s.
All right, let's get to our weather roundup here, where we'll check in with our crews from across the Triad. We'll start with WFMY News 2's Eric Chilton in Greensboro.
Yeah, Eric, you've covered a number of storms over the years. How would you rank this one as far as what we are expecting later?
You know, and that's interesting you bring that up. And hello, Tracy and Megan. It's been a hot minute since we've worked together. I would say with this one, it's the fact that, you know, all this change. I know we say it over and over, but everybody needs to hear this. That changeover is really the big issue. So have we had bigger snow storms? Absolutely. You know, we've had more than 1 foot of snow at times, and we will not see that this go around. But it's the sleet and then the freezing rain on top of all this, and the fact that we'll stay, I mean, it looks like in our forecast we'll stay in the 20s, definitely below freezing for more than a day, right? Day and a half. That's the biggest problem here, is that whatever falls is not going anywhere anytime soon. And we mean overnight tonight and through most of the day on Monday. So it's the type of situation where the snow really isn't a big deal in this one. And snow totals also, I was talking with Tim Buckley about this the other day. Snow totals, that's really not what we're looking at with this. Whether you get 2 or 5 inches of snow, it doesn't matter. It's that sleet and the freezing rain that compacts all that down and really just covers the roads, and nobody can drive in ice, right? There's an art to driving in snow. Nobody can drive in ice. And that's the type of situation that we will be dealing with. Icy roads are the worst, and it's going to stick around for a while. When we get to that 1/4 inch of ice or more, and it looks like we could see that easily, then we have the trees coming down, then we have the power outages. Now remember, those wind gusts, if they get up to that 30, 35 mile an hour peak, then you will see trees coming down. And I think power outages are inevitable with this situation. How widespread, we don't know yet, but that's something we'll definitely be watching. The ice situation is probably worse the farther south and east you go. But snow coming down at a good clip here in Greensboro, and is just getting heavier and heavier.
That's great perspective. Yeah. And we've seen the snow get heavier and heavier, especially in High Point, where WFMY News 2's Denise McMiller is set up this morning.
I mean, literally, Denise, it's like you could grab some skis and go down the slopes this morning.
Yes, it is a very white here in the city of High Point, somewhat like a winter wonderland. And the type of snow we've been seeing has started to change a bit. This morning when it first started to snow at about 5:30 or so, it was like those light flurries. Then we got some heavier snow, those bigger snowflakes, the ones I'm used to seeing back home in Michigan. And now the snow is starting to feel a little bit harder. Like when it's hitting the side of my face, it kind of hurts. It feels more like ice than snow. But this is what the roadways look like here in High Point. This is North Main Street, a road that is usually heavily traveled. You can see there's not many people on the roads right now, and that is a good thing. And I mentioned earlier that we didn't see any snow plows out on the roads. We have seen several city trucks, snowplow trucks out here on the roads. You can see they haven't plowed the roadways yet because they're waiting for us to get a little bit more snow before they get out here and drop those plows out on the ground to clear out the roadways. But they do have crews out on those highways and overpasses and bridges, laying salt out to make sure that the roads are safe for folks who must get out today. They will be out here all morning. They're going to have a long, busy day ahead of them because these conditions are going to continue to get worse. So definitely be patient and stay in if you can so that they can get out here and do their jobs this morning. We'll keep you updated on the conditions here in the city of High Point. For now, Denise McMiller live here in High Point.
All right, great perspective. Thank you so much, Itanese. Let's head to Winston-Salem, where our newsroom has heard over the scanners several reports of car wrecks and accidents, some with injuries in the Forsyth County area.
Yeah, and that's not to say crews weren't prepared. Sydney, we know the plows are out, they pre-treated the roads, but unfortunately these conditions are just getting worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm here on Research Parkway here in Winston-Salem, and I've been seeing some cars drive through here, and they are driving slow, but it's just best to make sure that you're off of the roads, during these types of conditions. Now, we're going to show you what we see right here. Those plow trucks came through just a moments ago, and as you can see, it left a path right here, clearing up some of this snow that is very much so covering this roadway, even up right here next to it, the grass. You can see all of this snow here, and you probably just saw the policemen maybe go past as well too. And so these police cars have been patrolling the areas, and the one I actually spoke to, had a chance to speak with right here, he had 2 words, and that was stay home. That's what he told me to get the message out to folks as he's out here patrolling this area. Crews are continuing to monitor these areas. They've been preparing since Thursday, putting out brines and different salts out here to help try to clear these roadways as they continuing to monitor this area throughout Forsyth County, Winston-Salem area.
All right, Sydney, thank you. And hard to see behind her, past really a few miles, it looks like, just visibility deteriorating as conditions continue to deteriorate. This is a look at Burlington, North Carolina, where the snow is definitely coming down. This is one neighborhood off of Wendover Avenue. Snow covering the road there. You can see this person back there taking the dogs out for a walk. It's cold out there, so bundle up if you're doing that this morning. This is a family, the Martins, over in Winston-Salem, clearly having a good time out in the snow. We love to see pictures like that. And this is Eden. We haven't seen much from Rockingham County, although I'm sure you've sent in pictures. We're trying to get to all of them, but a lot are coming in from Babby Moore, and same situation there. The snow sticking to the roads, and this family out in the Triad clearly enjoying the snow. So again, the message has been, if you don't need to leave today, if you don't have to go out, don't, because the snow is sticking to the roads. Plows doing the best that they can to clear them as we speak. We'll put up that number for you one more time to send the pictures and the videos from your neighborhood. It's 336-379-5775. Be sure to include your name and where you live, and we'll keep sharing them throughout the show.
Right now. Let's go pick up, please. There we go. There he is. What's up, Wes?
Hey, good morning, bro.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
You look cold. Can't imagine.
Measured already.
All right, hang tight. We'll be with you in just a second. We'll make it quick and you can go back in and get warm again.
All right, dude.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Well, we spent all week forecasting this and bringing this to you, helping you to prepare for it. And now we can look at radar, we can see what's happening, but really the best tool that we have is your eyes and your ears. So let's take another trip up to Oak Ridge, just up the road, and check in with our fellow weather spotter, Wes Grimes. Wes, it's been a while. It's good to see you again, but tell me what's going on up in your neck of the woods. You look cold.
Yeah, I'm a little cold, but what we're born for is this. It's snowing, as you can tell, blowing a little bit. It's measured about an inch so far. So I'd say about 5 o'clock this morning, light flurries, and it overcame that dry air.
Yeah, now, one thing we've noticed this morning, Wes, and you can tell me if it's this way in your neighborhood too, the snow is not really fluffy. It's kind of an icy, very crystally like snow this morning. Is that the same for you?
Yes, definitely fluffy, small, very crystal-like. Yeah. I want to say earlier a little rain was mixing in, but yeah, it's certainly not having any issues accumulating. The roads are covered pretty quick. Yeah,
it'll accumulate fast, so it'll be coming down for the next couple hours, then we'll see that change over to sleet. So just I'm gonna let you go back inside and get warm now, but stay safe and stay warm, and as always, we appreciate your reports. And of course, we'd love to see your pictures and videos. You can text them to us, 336-379-5775. Live look over downtown Greensboro this morning. It's still coming down and it's still all snow. And take a look, 20 degrees. That's what Wes was saying. It's not having any trouble at all sticking as it falls this morning. Of course, it's all snow at this point, but notice down to our south, we already have that pink showing up, that layer of warm air starting to really mess things up, and we're seeing that change over to sleet down to our south and east. That'll continue, and by lunchtime today, I think we're all sleet. And then as we move throughout the afternoon, we'll likely have that period of freezing rain through about dinner time. Once we get to 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight, this really starts to shut off and taper off. Not to say it couldn't end as a little bit of snow, but I just don't think that's a guarantee at this point. We'll clear out, of course, heading into Monday, but the roads are already bad. They'll continue to be bad all day long through tomorrow morning. And once we start to pick up that coating of ice and once we start to see our winds pick up, I'm expecting we'll see scattered, if not widespread, power outages, especially down to our south and east, where they have the higher chance to see some accumulating ice. Notice we don't really ever get warm for the next several days. So even though the major highways will be clear and be travelable, tomorrow afternoon, the side roads, the neighborhoods are still going to be slick. You're going to have those slick spots. Notice morning lows in the 20s. We're in the upper 30s tomorrow afternoon, low 40s by the middle of the week. Sun helps to dry it up, but we're going to be cold. And then another system on the way that we'll need to keep an eye on late next week. We'll take them one at a time.
Our weather spotter Mark Case in Randleman says he has about an inch of snow on the ground, but it has changed over to sleet in his area. And I think we've got snow and sleet mixed here because I can hear it kind of pinging on my umbrella. That warm nose in the mid-levels of the atmosphere is taking hold, and that's the reason we're going to get the changeover. So snow's not going to last much longer before we get the sleet and freezing rain and the big mess. This winter weather goes all the way down to Columbia, South Carolina. But as you look on our winter radar, we are seeing that changeover in some of our southern areas and some mixing of sleet with the snow even here in the Triad as the mid-levels of the atmosphere warm, but it's getting colder here on the surface. Yeah, temperature right now 20 degrees out at PTI. We're going to get several inches of snow, but the big concern for later today is accumulating ice. Travel not recommended today or tonight, and we're going to be mindful that there will likely be power outages, maybe 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts later on today. We're going to keep you updated on all that. The snow is already starting to change over to sleet. We hold in the 20s today. We'll be on the lookout for freezing rain and accumulating ice during the afternoon, and all this mess is out of here later on this evening.
Well, of course, the power outages is your #1 concern during a winter storm. You want to know when your power will go out and how long it will take to come back on.
So look at the priority chart Duke Energy uses if there's nothing wrong, of course, with the source or transmission lines or substation. So the work really starts with the main power lines that deliver power to the area as a whole. Then it's the emergency and essential services like hospitals. Unless you are on this grid with emergency services, it could take hours, even days in worst case scenarios to get electricity back on.
So we do have this contact information on our website, WFMYnews2.com, but you can jot it down now. You can text the word out to 57801. You can also call Duke Energy to report an outage and get an estimated restoration time. That number is 1-800-POWER-ON. It is 8:50. We're taking a quick break, but we'll be right back with another look from our live crews across the Triad.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, hello. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, really?
Well, we're outside the car.
Yeah. Here, let me step out of the car, Callie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay.
Ten 9-876-54321. Well, the snow is certainly coming down here in Winston-Salem. I'm here off of Research Parkway, and as you can see right here behind me, this snow is covering this roadway right here. We've been seeing plow trucks come by through here, picking up and trying to clear the roadways, and even one earlier cleared up one section of it, and then about maybe 15 minutes later, the snow covered it back up again, so you can just see what those workers and crews are out here dealing with. But we certainly appreciate their sacrifice while they're out here. And as the snow is picking up, the wind is also picking up as well. But remember, crews say if you don't have to be out here, make sure that you avoid these streets, because just like you see, the snow is definitely coming down. But if you do happen to come out here and you find yourself in a slippery situation, there are tow truck companies that are here to help folks that find themselves in those types of situations.
So yeah, roads still getting covered, and you saw that pickup truck there. He was he was gunning it a little bit going by. Not advisable. The roads are getting pretty rough. I will tell you something on the lighter side. If you look at my social media on Instagram and Facebook, I posted. We are in the behind us actually is a parking lot, a big, huge, empty parking lot. And a gentleman was out there with his SUV doing some donuts, having a good time, far away from any cars, no issues there. And I said, when life gives you lemons, right? That's what you do. You make the best of it. It is fun right now for kids, I'm sure, and better get that taken care of right now, because in the next few hours we will see that changeover. I know Christian mentioned a moment ago that if you're north of Asheboro, you know it's mostly snow, but that will be changing as that mid-level area of warm air kind of overruns us, but we're staying in the 20s below freezing here at the surface. That will cause it to be more along the lines of sleet. And when you get all that ice on top of this snow and then coat that with freezing rain, which is exactly what we expect to happen, that's a problem. That is actually outside of a straight up ice storm. It's a worst case scenario for this. So stay inside, stay tuned right here. We'll keep you posted.
All right, let's take another look at that forecast. Here's what you can plan on for the rest of the day. We have snow now. That transition to sleet will start very soon. I'm even hearing a little sleet mixing in our weather garden here at News 2. The roads are already bad and will be bad for the rest of the day into tomorrow morning. Once we start to get that sleet and that freezing rain this afternoon, I think we could likely see our power outages go up and start to see those stack up, especially to the areas to the south and east first, and then in the Triad a little later. Of course, we'll be keeping you updated and we'll keep you posted all day long. We are here for you. Meanwhile, heading into a new week, the sun does come back, but we are cold. Morning lows in the 20s tomorrow. Main roads, highways will be fine by middle of the day, but those side roads and neighborhoods will still be pretty slick. And the next few mornings will be cold as well.
And just a quick mention, we have heard from our several EMS responders saying that they've responded to some minor wrecks already and slip and fall incidents. So please watch your step as you head outside this morning.
Yeah, our goal today was to give you enough information to make the best decisions about what you need to be doing today. Hopefully it includes the couch and a movie, but we know some of you have to be out there. So we appreciate you joining us and getting that information. We'll keep you updated all day on WFMYnews2.com. Take care.
Well, snow is certainly coming down here in Winston-Salem. I'm off of Research Parkway, and as you can see, the snow is covering up this entire roadway. And you can also see where some plow trucks came through and helped clear some of this area out on this area too. And as you can see, there's some folks even here walking down here on this sidewalk covered with snow, and even next to it, the grass is covered. So, you know, this snow is just continuing to cover or come down moments and moments, time after time. And you know, earlier plow trucks were here all throughout this area, as well as police crews monitoring these areas. And crews have been, you know, working and preparing since Thursday, bringing out brines and salt out here on overpasses and roadways to help with these types of conditions. But you know, crews want folks to make sure that you stay at home if you ultimately do not have to get out here on the roadways, to make sure that you are safe. And if you do have to come out on the roadways and drive out here, they do say towing companies will be out here for people to help with those folks who are in these types of slippery types of conditions. But stay home if you do not have to be out here driving on this roadway. And I want to give you one more look here as well too. As you can see, I mean, it is just white all the way down here on this roadway, right next to this sidewalk. I mean, you can't even see the sidewalk at all. I mean, it is a beautiful sight, and if you do come out here in these conditions, you do want to make sure that you are careful. And like you can see, these folks here on this sidewalk walking. But we're going to continue to stay out here in Winston-Salem and continue to monitor these conditions.
crews. Yeah, okay.
wouldn't expect there would be very many. Not to this point anyway. We haven't really seen much in the way of really gusty winds, haven't seen a whole lot in the way of freezing rain yet, so that of course is good news. All right, so let's go through here. And I'm going to run through this, and I know you got your questions, so continue to ask those. But I'm going to go through here and just kind of give a brief synopsis of where we've been this morning, where I expect us to go for the rest of the afternoon. And once we kind of come back after that, then I'll try to answer your questions. So just bear with me for a few minutes. We'll go through this, and then I'll come back and I'll try to answer these questions. So if I don't answer this right away, that's the reason why. Hey there, Matthew. What's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well. All right, so let's take a look. Let me switch over here so you can see the graphics. There you go. Downtown Greensboro. Yeah, it's kind of a winter scene. This looked really, really beautiful early this morning when it was snowing nice and heavy. It looked real beautiful in our weather garden as well. Notice where our temperatures are, though. 20 degrees in Greensboro. It is cold. And then, of course, you factor in not only the cold temperatures that we have, but then you factor in the wind into that. And those feels like temperatures outside are in the teens, even single digits at times. At one point this morning, our feels like temperature, well, as you see it now in Greensboro, the feels like temperature outside is 6. It feels like 6 degrees outside. 8 degrees in Winston-Salem, the feels like temperature there. So that wind, of course, really is making a difference. And also the temperatures with them so cold, this stuff is sticking fast. And you probably noticed that as soon as it started this morning and as soon as it started to come down, it was sticking fast, right? Very different than a couple weeks ago when the ground was still warm and we hadn't really had a lot of cold weather. Yeah, now we've had a couple weeks of really cold weather, several nights in the 20s. So the ground is cold, the air is cold. So this is really, really easily sticking. And it did not take long. It didn't take long at all for those roads to really start to become slick and become bad. And that's how kind of the way they look and will look for the rest of the day. So here's a live look at the radar right now. Of course, you notice all the blue and a little bit of purple. All of that, it's indicating snow, but I don't think this radar is coloring this the right way. Notice all the pink down to the south. You see a few little pink splotches showing up. Sometimes the radar has trouble coloring these things. So if we switch over to another view, this is what we call our debris detection, or which is officially called our correlation coefficient. It's another product that we use in radar, and a lot of times you see us use this during severe storms or during tornadoes because it can pick out where there may be debris being lofted into the air. In the same way, we can also use this in a winter weather situation, and we can kind of see where the differences are between snow and sleet and maybe freezing rain. Because what this product is doing is differentiating between the precipitation types or the targets that the radar is measuring. So notice where this orange and this yellow is popping up on this radar image. That's your sleet line. Okay, so this is, that's a straight arrow. That's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. So this is your sleet line right here, right? So you notice this is all snow up here, and this is all sleet down here below that line. So that line, that orange and that yellow, really indicates where we're starting to see that mixing and starting to see that sleet show up. So everything northwest of that line, so everything up here is snow still. Everything south of this line and southeast of this line is all sleet. And not to say there couldn't be some sleet mixing in up to our north and west. The strongest signals, though, are just over the Triad right now. So we are seeing that change over to sleet for most of us. But we still have a ways to go. We still got a ways to go. Notice how big this system is, right? Monster. In fact, snow producer, sleet producer, freezing rain producer for us, severe storm producer down in Florida. There were tornado warnings in North Florida this morning. And this could even end up as being a severe storm day down at the coast of North Carolina today as well. There are going to be some flooding issues down there too. But we, of course, are left with the wintry precipitation, the sleet, and the freezing rain. So we still have a ways to go. All right, so let's go through in time here on a closer view and show you what happens as we go throughout the day. Again, we already have seen that change over to sleet. That's going to continue. But notice as we go into the afternoon, pretty much all of us get taken over by sleet. And I want you to notice the temperatures, right? We're at 20 degrees right now in Greensboro. Notice how the temperatures try to come up close to freezing. I expect us to stay in the 20s, but the closer we get to freezing here at the surface, it's also an indication that things are warming above the ground as well. So if you look at an upper air sounding, it's kind of it's a tool that we use to assess what the atmosphere is like all the way from the ground, all the way up to the top of the atmosphere and the troposphere, and so on and so forth. And not far above the ground, we have what we call a warm nose, or a layer of warm air that's about around 5,000 feet. And every time you get one of those, it's falling as snow way, way, way up, but then it falls through that warm layer and melts. And once a snowflake melts, it can never become a snowflake again. So it melts, and if there's enough cold air between that warm layer and the surface, it can refreeze. And so that's what we're seeing happening now. It refreezes into sleet. If it doesn't have the opportunity to refreeze, notice if our temperatures come up close to freezing, or right at freezing at 32, then we'll have freezing rain because it will melt and then it won't have time to refreeze before it hits the surface. But if the surface is cold, for 32 on the ground, it's going to instantly freeze on impact. And so that's where we start to see things coated. So the longer we can keep the sleet and stay away from the freezing rain, the better off we are as far as power outages, trees coming down, that sort of thing. And I'm encouraged by what I see. I'm pretty encouraged by what I see right now. So there's a good bet that we could remain sleet for quite a while, and we wouldn't have as long of a period of freezing rain. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. That would be very kind to us. Notice as we go into the evening hours, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, this should start to wind down a bit and start to taper off. By 7, 8 o'clock, I really think we're mostly done with this. This could end as a few snow showers late tonight, but I wouldn't hedge my bets on that. I think we're going to get dry slotted towards the end. And what I mean by that is, notice how the system is shaped and how it's formed, right? So you have, well, if I can get my pencil here to draw. So you have a cold front here. I can't draw. If you have a cold front here, of course you have a warm. Why can't I draw on this? Sorry. Cold front, warm front. Here's your area of low pressure. And all of this cold air is getting wrapped around this area of low pressure. So all this is snow. But in here, when you get all that wrap around, this is a dry slot. And I think that's going to eat up a lot of our moisture on the backside of this system. So I don't see it pulling away and giving us a big burst of snow on the backside of this. I just don't see that happening. I think it'll likely taper off as we go into this evening. Now, the other big factor we need to talk about today is wind. Nothing too crazy yet this morning. We've had some 25 to 30 mile per hour gusts generally, and just in the last hour or so, PTI has had a 31 mile per hour gust out of the airport, 30 mile per hour gust over in Winston-Salem, 21 in Asheboro, 22 Lexington, 25 mile per hour gust over in Siler City. So this is nothing too crazy, right? This is just a regular old windy day for us. But watch what happens as we go into the afternoon. I think we could see some wind gusts upwards of 40 miles per hour. Maybe in a couple circumstances, could we get above 40 miles per hour? And that's significant, especially if we get icing, because this high wind will make it a lot easier for trees to come down, and you add a coating of ice on top of that, it'll be even easier for those trees to fall over and bring down power lines. So as we go into the afternoon and early evening, again, I'm paying really close attention to not only our freezing rain potential, but also how high our winds get. Those two things combined could really cause for numerous power outages across the area. And again, I'm just going to reiterate the fact, obviously you know this now because it's not snowing anymore, it's sleeting. Snow is not the big piece of our system this time around. All right, snow is actually the least part of it. I know, it's bad news for snow lovers like myself. But really the icing potential, the travel issues, and the power are our big things over the next 24 to 48 hours. So as we get sleet, possibly some freezing rain this evening, that coating of ice will not only make the already slick roads slicker, it makes it much easier for trees to fall and have some power lines and power outages across the area. I think that chance is better down to our south and east, where they've had sleet longer, even a period of freezing rain for some folks already this morning down to our south and east. So a bigger problem down there, not as much a problem for us. As far as snow totals go, there have been some questions about this, but it seems to me like this has played out pretty well this morning. It seems like folks in the Asheboro area, south of Greensboro, have reported around an inch down to about a half of an inch. That seems to be the most common report that I've seen so far. And generally in the Triad area, around 1 to 2 inches. So that seems to be playing out pretty good. Again, further north and west you go, less they have to worry about sleet, less they have to worry about freezing rain. It's been snow there all morning. It'll likely stay snow for most of the day. But I actually think it's hard for all of us completely to steer clear of the sleet. Of course, further north and west you go, the better chance of that you'll have. So again, talking about ice, haven't really put specific totals on this ice map for a reason. You know, as we're staying sleet right now, and we'll see how this goes for the rest of the afternoon. But I think your risk to have that quarter to about a half of an inch or more of ice, or to really have significant icing and significant power issues, really remains from the Triad, basically the I-40 corridor south and east. So Randolph County, Davidson County, some folks that live over in Chatham County, Montgomery County, Moore County, Stanley County. You get the picture. I think all of those folks are going to have a much higher risk of seeing some significant icing and significant power issues. And of course, some of those could linger for a couple days if enough folks are left in the dark after today. So kind of in a nutshell here, again, we're past the snow point now. I think pretty much everybody has switched over to sleet and possibly freezing rain as we head into the afternoon. Again, watching those wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, maybe more than that in some cases. And we'll see how much of a coating of ice that some folks are able to pick up. That really is the killer. That really is the killer. Once you get sleet and ice in here, it ruins everything, doesn't it? Ruins everything. So that's what we're going to be watching as we go into the afternoon and into the evening. All right, so what happens after this, right? We've talked a lot about what happens today. So what happens after this? So this is actually a quick moving system. It's a big system, which is why it takes all day to get through here, but it's actually a pretty quick mover. So, by tonight, 8, 9 o'clock, this thing's already pulling away from us. The center of the low pressure should already be up into Virginia before you go to bed tonight. And it continues to pull away from us. Although we do stay windy on the backside of this. So even though tomorrow our system will be well away from us, we're still getting strong winds and some high wind gusts around 30 miles per hour, at least for the first part of the day. Wind should relax a bit as we go into the afternoon tomorrow. But high pressure builds in. The sun is back tomorrow, and I actually think our clouds clear out of here pretty fast. The mountains are still going to get some more snow showers tomorrow on what we call a northwest flow snow event. What happens, of course, is you have all this cold air rushing in out of the northwest, and it hits the mountains and is able to tap into some of that leftover moisture from our system that pulls away. So the wind comes in like this, and it rises when it hits the mountains, and you get snow showers because it's cold. Pretty common setup for our mountains this time of the year. So that'll happen. They'll continue to see snow today and likely for the first part of tomorrow, maybe even into tomorrow afternoon. And then high pressure builds in, saves the day for us. Does bring us back to sunshine, but we never really get warm this week. You'll see that in the 7-day here. We never really get warm. Notice our morning lows are in the 20s, afternoon highs are in the 40s. Even with sun, it's going to be hard to melt a lot of that away unless it's in direct sunlight. So by tomorrow afternoon, I expect the major roads, the highways to all be just fine. But your neighborhood, my neighborhood, the side roads and side streets, they'll likely have issues for a while. Into Tuesday, there could still even be some slick spots on some of those side roads and in some of those neighborhoods by Wednesday morning too. But we will have sun, and that'll help to dry things up a bit. Now, I know you're looking at the 7-day wondering, what is that I see later in the week? There will be another opportunity. It looks like we could have another system ahead our way. That could bring us another opportunity to have some snow showers, maybe on Friday, maybe heading into the weekend. That's still kind of a wild card. Let's take these one at a time. Let's get through this one first, and then we can talk about the one later on down the road. Still far out on that one. Something we'll keep an eye on. Something we will keep an eye on. Okay, I think, did I leave anything out? I don't think I left anything out. I'm sure I did, though. In the meantime, let me get to some of your questions here. I know you've been asking them. Thanks for being patient. So let's talk about some of those, and then I'll let you guys go, and hopefully everybody's staying warm and just enjoying staying inside today. That's a good place to be. All right, I'll leave this radar loop up here for you just to see that. And, all right, again, bear with me here because I'm jumping between a couple different pages, but I'm going to try to get to most of your questions. And if I don't answer your neighborhood or your city or town specifically, you can just refer back to the map there because I'm sure you'll be able to pick out your town or pick out your location there. So I'm going to start on the News 2 page here and answer questions, and then I'll jump over to my page here. Hey there, Wendy. How are you? Sleet there in McLeansville. Of course, makes sense. Hey, Jonathan. I don't expect 60-mile-per-hour winds. No, I don't expect that. I think that's just way too high. I would expect some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe a little higher than that. But I don't see the wind gusting over up to 60 miles per hour. That's pretty strong. I don't see that. Hey, Molly, good question. So Molly wants to know if I'm saying that our chances for ice accumulation have decreased some. I mean, not really. They haven't really moved a lot. We still expected to see the sleet through mid-morning and into early afternoon. I think that the telling factor will be once we get to about 2 or 3 this afternoon. As temperatures kind of come up a bit, we'll see. We'll see, but the longer we can stay sleet, the better. I do expect there to be some period of freezing rain this afternoon, and just depending on how fast that accumulates, will mean a lot. So I wouldn't say that we're out of the woods on that. Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Some of your questions are also like kind of getting deleted here as I go through in time, so I'm sorry about that. If I don't get your question answered or don't say something that answers your question, feel free to ask it again. Oh, Amy just asked about next week. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get here. Let's get through one first. There's still a lot of unknowns and unanswered questions on that, and has a lot left me scratching my head for next week, but we'll see. Is it Tiana? I hope I'm saying that right. Tiana? Yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, so if you're wondering if it's sleeting at your house, it's easy to tell. If you just open the door, maybe open the window, step outside real fast. If you hear that pinging, you can even hear it on the grass and the driveway or the house. You can hear that pinging or that ticking like that. That's a good indication that it is sleet. Most everybody's seeing sleet now. Pamela says that Guilford College area is full of sleet. You know, the one thing, if you were up early this morning and you stepped outside while it was snowing, you might have noticed it wasn't the big, fat, fluffy flakes that we had, a week ago after our big storm system moved through. They're very crunchy, very crystally, very icy snowflakes this morning. Yeah, Brenda said the wind is howling over in Winston-Salem. Everybody reporting sleet. Yeah, Melody, it'll be out of here. It'll be out of here by tonight. Yeah, it's gone by bedtime. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. You stay safe as well. Thanks. So it looks like the sleet's up to our north now. Snow and sleet in Reedsville. Thank you, Kimberly, for that. Appreciate that. Yeah, Bobby, it's a good day to stay inside and watch football. Hoping the power stays on. Yeah, good day for that. Of course, we got the games here on News 2 this afternoon. Hey, Kimberly, I'm assuming that you have to go to work today. Kimberly's wondering if it's safe to go to work. I'm assuming that you have to go to work today. And if so, just be extremely, extremely, extremely careful. Extremely careful. Even this morning when it was snowing, we saw folks sliding all over the road. So just be extremely, extremely safe. If you can work from home, do that. Oh, Brandy, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I'm sorry you have an icy sleet mess for your birthday. My birthday was last week, and historically, I've had some snowy birthdays. I'd rather have snow than sleet, though. Yeah, nobody likes it. Amy, that sounds good. Pot of chili sounds good. All right, let me jump over here. Again, bear with me. I'm going to try to get to most of your questions, but jumping over to this other page here. Yeah, Justin said he's loving all the sleet. A lot better than freezing rain. Yeah, sleet's still bad, but we'd rather have that than freezing rain, right? The sleet bounces off things. And that's a question that we've gotten a lot this week. We talk about sleet, we talk about freezing rain and ice accumulation. So you already have maybe an inch or two of snow at your house, maybe more if you live off to the north and west. And we're going to have this period of sleet, so we'll add sleet on top of that snow. So the snow won't really be fluffy or nice and soft anymore. It'll start to get that hard, icy crust on it. And of course, that'll compact the snow that you had. That'll push it down and compact it a bit. So whatever your totals were earlier this morning will probably be much less than that as we go into the afternoon after all that sleet packs it down on top of it. Of course, even more so when the freezing rain is added to it. James said it is sleeting and it's windy in Thomasville. Hey, Kathy, thanks so much for jumping on here. Yeah, it's been busy this morning. You were up watching our coverage from 5 to 9 this morning. And then we'll have another update for you on the air at noon, too. And I think the governor's speaking at noon, so we'll have that for you live. Richard, that's a good question. I haven't looked at the latest sounding, I'll be honest. I was kind of looking at it in a little bit of a different way, but let me pull that up for you real fast. So Richard's asking about the sounding, and when we talk about soundings, we're talking about, I think you've heard us mention that we launch weather balloons from the airport, and they go up and they assess the atmosphere all the way up to the top. And so when we talk about a warm nose or looking for a warm nose, we can see that evident in these soundings. So Richard, I'm looking at the one from 12Z this morning, so that would have been about 7 o'clock this morning. And at that point, it was still snowing. So the warm nose was evident there. It was starting to show up, but it was still below the freezing mark. So I'm looking at it right now as I'm looking at the camera here. So it was just on the edge. So everything was still falling as snow there. And they will likely do another sounding probably I think they're probably going to do an 18Z sounding today. So they'll do an afternoon sounding later. But yeah, obviously that warm nose is pretty strong with all the sleet still falling. Scott says he hears some serious pinging on his roof in Asheboro. Yeah, Daniel, it's, as you know, Asheboro, my hometown. Yeah, it looks like just an icy mess down there, especially later on. So, Taylor, that's a really good question. And I've actually got a graphic that we built to help show that. So, let me see if I can pull that up for you. So Taylor's asking about what makes the snow be able to fall at the surface, but at 35, it melts. So it can be 35 on the ground, and it can be snowing, right? Well, why is that? Because the air above the ground is well below freezing, or at freezing, or just below. So what happens is when you go up and think about what you're looking at here is just kind of a slice out of the atmosphere. So if you have air that's below freezing all the way up from the ground to the top, it's going to all fall as snow. This is all frozen precipitation that'll fall. Then when you start to get the sleet mixing in is where you add in that layer of warm air. So notice right here we add in this, that's not what I wanted. So notice right here we add in this, why is this not drawing? Sorry, I'm trying to draw for you. Anyway, notice right here we add in this layer of warm air. So it's falling as snow when it starts, and then falls through this layer of warm air and melts. And once it melts, it can never ever become snow again. But if there's enough cold air or enough air below freezing, if there's enough time for this to freeze, it will refreeze into these ice pellets, which we call sleet, right? And then, of course, the freezing rain situation, it starts as snow, falls through that thick, warm layer, that big warm nose that we talk about. It melts. And then if that warm nose is close enough to the ground, or that layer of warm air is tall enough, then it never has a chance to refreeze. But if the ground is freezing, once that liquid hits the ground, it freezes on contact. And so that's why we call freezing rain. It's just regular old rain, but when it freezes when it hits the ground. And of course, if it's warm above freezing all the way up to the top of the surface from the ground, it's all going to fall as rain. A lot of times too, we were talking this morning, the radar was a little bit misleading when it first started. It might have looked like it was snowing everywhere, but it took a while for that to reach the ground because there was a lot of dry air in place. And the atmosphere works a lot like a sponge does, right? You pull a new sponge out of the package and you run it under the water. Water doesn't start seeping out of it immediately, right? It has to get saturated. You have a dry sponge and it has to get saturated, then you can wring it out. And the same kind of thing happens with our atmosphere. when you have dry air, all of that snow that's falling into the atmosphere is evaporating before it hits the ground. But you do that long enough and you get enough of that happening, and then of course your atmosphere becomes saturated. It becomes more humid. And then eventually, once the atmosphere is saturated all the way from the ground up, then all of that of course can reach the ground. And when it's not reaching the ground, it's what we call virga. So it's evaporating before it reaches the ground. And other thing happens that when that sort of thing happens, when you have evaporating going on. It's what we call evaporative cooling. So you may be at 35 degrees and it may be snowing above your head. And as the atmosphere is saturating, our temperatures are falling a bit. Because what happens is it takes energy. You have to have energy from the atmosphere to evaporate that precipitation. So you take energy away from heating the earth and use it to evaporate the water and the moisture that is falling from the sky. And of course, that drops our temperature down too. We could have a whole science lesson on that. But I don't think you want me to go into that. Most people maybe are not interested in that. Thanks, Janice. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So Brandon, I don't know where you are exactly, but Brandon's asking, he said that he barely got any snow and wonders if it'll be mainly ice for him. It sounds like you're probably in places down to the south a bit and down to the south and east a bit, Brandon. And if so, then yes. It's more of a sleet and a freezing rain thing for you this afternoon. I hate it. Isaac, I listen to everything from classic rock to beach music to funk music, top 40. Listen to a lot of praise and worship music. I'm a drummer for our praise and worship band at church. So I listen to that a lot. I listen to a little bit of everything. Taylor, it's very possible. A lot of it just depends on how quickly we switch over to freezing rain. This is one of those circumstances. I've had a lot of people that I think want to know exact times. Like they want me to say, hey, it's going to switch over to freezing rain at 1 o'clock. And this is just not a situation where we can tell you that. Really, any winter weather situation like this isn't. We just know around midday that changeover to sleet would happen. And of course, that's what we've seen happen over the last hour or so. Pretty much everybody's getting sleet now. And it is a good possibility as we go into the afternoon that we will see that changeover to a period of freezing rain. Probably freezing rain and sleet as we go into the evening hours around dinner time, supper time. And then after that, it really all starts to taper off and come to an end. So this thing is done by bedtime tonight, guys. This is all shut off by midnight tonight. By bedtime, by midnight, as it pulls away from us. And then we just have icy roads and slick travel to deal with tomorrow morning. JV said it was big fat flakes at one point. Probably early this morning. I tried to step out in between everything going on in here this morning and try to step out in the weather garden just to see what was happening. Yeah, Andrea says it's been sleeting for about 2 hours wherever she is. Sleeting and windy in K Vegas. Hey there, Paris. Hope you're well this morning. Paris says she is not going in. Take it up with your boss. But I think that's probably safe. Probably the safest bet. Hey, Carol, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I know, be thankful for that. It's not the fluffy snow like we like. It was snow and then sleet, and we'll probably get freezing rain later. Yep. Yeah, Sherry makes a good point. On ice, four-wheel drive is four-wheel slide. Yeah, it is. You can run on snow. Everybody slips on ice. Ice is always bad, unless it's in my drink or on a rink or followed by the word cream. That's my poem about ice for the day. A lot of folks talking about making chili and soup today. Hey there, Steve. Thanks for the report. Sleet and freezing rain now in Asheboro. Thank you for that. Amy, I'm sorry, I just saw your comment from about 10 minutes ago. Amy said, when I looked out the window a moment ago, it looked like it was sleet and freezing rain. Not far from the Science Center. You know, it's absolutely possible. Yeah, it sure is. In fact, let me check one other thing. I want to see something here. There's another way we can go in and assess what's actually falling. And I want to look at our temperature map too, because sometimes it can be a little misleading. But let's see if we can figure this out for you. So it's 21 in Greensboro now. That would make sense. There's another way I can look at seeing what's being reported. Hang tight. I just want to make sure. I mean, it's absolutely possible we're getting some freezing rain already. Wouldn't shock me. I want to see what... yeah, it does look like it, Amy. It sure does. Yeah, a little bit of freezing rain starting to be reported. So yeah, you're not far off there. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so we're already seeing some freezing rain mixing in with the sleet here in the Triad. So that'll likely continue for the rest of the afternoon. And again, the longer we stay all sleet, the better we are. But I do see us transitioning in the next little while to a period of freezing rain, probably freezing rain and sleet mixed for the afternoon. And that's where we can start to see some of those ice totals really start to go up. So I think that's about it, guys. Oh, Terry, good question. Terry wants to know how do you measure the accumulation of sleet if it compresses the snow? So sleet and snow, the way that they're measured, are all measured on the same thing, or kind of all measured the same way, right? So when we look at our almanac, we go back and we see, well, how much snow fell, how much sleet fell, this, that, and the other. All of that sleet and snow is going to go into the same number. So that's why we say if you want to know, what your snow total was this morning, what your snow specific total was this morning, it's kind of one of those things where you have to go back and check it, several times over the next, over the course of a few hours. And whenever you get that highest reading, that's how much snow you really got. Because once that sleet falls, it compacts that snow. So maybe you had 2 inches of snow and you get the sleet to start to fall on it, it likely compacts it down to about 1 inch. And so you go out later and you're like, well, hey, wait a minute, I only got 1 inch. But in reality, you might have actually gotten 2 inches of snow, but that sleet compacts it down. It's a good question. Yeah, it's hard to do. It's hard to do in this situation. Yeah, hard to do. Is it Misha? I hope I'm saying that right, Misha. I'm sorry if I messed that up. I do expect there to be some scattered power outages. Again, a lot of that dependent on how much freezing rain we get, how quickly it accumulates, and where trees and stuff fall. But I do see us having some scattered power outages. I think the risk for power outages is going to be much higher to our south and to our east. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate that. A lot going on this morning. Tanisha's asking about travel tomorrow morning specifically. It depends. I still expect it to be pretty dicey tomorrow morning. If you can go in late or you can work from home tomorrow, again, probably a good idea. Your major roads, your highways are going to be fine by lunch tomorrow. But the neighborhoods, the side roads, those are going to be a mess tomorrow and likely again on Tuesday morning as well. There'll be slick spots. So yeah, it's still going to be tricky tomorrow morning. So probably best just to play it safe. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. And Shawnee, is it Shawnee or Shani? Again, hope I'm saying that right. I'm going to say Shawnee. Power issues likely come later this afternoon and this evening. Yep. Whenever that freezing rain starts to really add up. So our freezing rain likely starts to add up tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I'm sorry. Freezing rain starts to add up this evening. And then our winds also pick up this evening a little bit more. So those two things combined will likely cause us to have some power issues. But most of that's kind of delayed, right? Most of that's delayed. And I will tell you, Duke Energy already has crews here. They brought up a lot of extra crews from Florida to help us out. So they're on standby. So whenever power starts to go out, they're going to be right on it trying to get it back up and running. So we will just see. Good news about this. Carol said this too. Good news about this is that there's no school tomorrow. Schools are out for Martin Luther King Day. So we don't really have to worry about kids going to school. Of course, maybe you going to work is a different story. But yes, at least there are no kids that will be on the roads going to school tomorrow. That makes it better. Oh, thank you, Terry. Appreciate it. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Again, we got another update coming up on TV at noon. And then the governor, I think, is speaking at shortly after noon as well. And then I'm going to hand the baton to Tim and Monique for the evening hours. Before I let you go, I do want to take one more look and see what our winds are doing right now. Sustained pretty strong out of the northeast, of course, at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Winds gusting likely around that 30 mile per hour range. 23 mile per hour gust now in Greensboro. 32 mile per hour gust in Winston-Salem. I think that's the strongest one that I've seen so far. Yeah, this is the strongest one on our map so far. 32 mile per hour gust in Winston-Salem earlier. And then a 31 mile per hour gust at PTI a little earlier too. So we'll see the winds pick up as we go throughout the evening. That's one thing to keep an eye on. And of course the icing. And if you work in healthcare, if you work in, if you're a lineman, if you're part of these power crews, if you're in healthcare, if you're in these road crews, anybody that's doing preparations or that's working today or the next couple days to help kind of keep everything afloat, keep the power on, we appreciate you. I just thought I would say that. We appreciate you very much. Praying for your safety and for your health this weekend, but we do appreciate you a lot because we know that you have a busy day and a busy next couple days probably ahead of you. So thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off of here and go get things ready and check in with our folks in the newsroom and see what's up for our noon update coming up here in just a few minutes. But again, stick with us. We'll have coverage for you all day long. We don't have a show on TV for 6 o'clock tonight, but we'll have a couple digital newscasts that'll come your way so you can watch them right here on Facebook. They'll likely be on YouTube as well. So we'll have you covered for the afternoon. Of course, Tim and Monique will be in here, and you can find them on social media too. So we'll be keeping you updated. There will be no shortage of coverage this afternoon. So we are here through the storm. Just, play it safe today. Stay in. Just enjoy a nice day inside with some chili and some soup and some football. And hopefully the power stays on for you as well. All right. So we'll have you covered all day long. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Everybody stay safe and healthy and warm. And we'll talk to you soon. All right. As always, stay happy, healthy, safe. All those good things. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.